boys, your arrows are up. You may begin. Good luck, good bowling.
All right, welcome bowling fans. It is postseason play. We've got the sectional tournament coming up here from River City Bowlway. First step on the road back to state. So quick rundown of the teams. On lane 3, we've got our Napoleon Wildcats. Lane 4 is Tenora. Lane 5 is Bryan. And lane 6, Bluffton. Those will be the pairs that you see televised on the live stream. Down on lane 11, we have Ottawa Glandorf. Lane 12 is Liberty Center. Lane 13 is Miller City. Lane 14 is Patrick Henry. Down on lane 19, we have Evergreen. Lane 20, Wauseon. Lane 21, Delta. Lane 22, Swanton. And lane 23, Eastwood. If you tuned in yesterday expecting to see the girls sectional, it was postponed due to the weather. It will be on Monday, starting at 10 o'clock. We will be live streaming it. So we have not forgotten about the girls' teams. Bryan starts out with 9 on lane 5. Tenora up now on lane number 4. And 9 count, leaving a 10 pin. Slade McCorkle up to start things off for the Wildcats on lane 3. And Slade starts things out with a strike. If I can get somebody in the live stream to give me a thumbs up, let me know you guys can hear me. I'd appreciate it. Tenora now, spare attempt. Picks it up. Fox Taylor up now for Napoleon, lane number 3. And Fox gets 9, leaves a 9 pin. Had a pin spinning in front of it, but not quite close enough to take it out. So today's match will be slightly different. Tenora with a nice ball there for a strike on lane 4. It'll consist of 3 individual games, followed by 6 Baker games. There will be a break in there, I believe, for lunch. Fox picking up his spare on lane number 3. Score will be based on total pins, and the top 3 teams will advance to the district tournament being held next week, I believe, at Interstate Lanes. Tenora goes left of the head pin, picks up the Brooklyn strike on lane 4. Christian Horner up now, lane number 3, and a strike for Christian. The top 3 boys as individuals, not part of an advancing team, will also advance to the district tournament. Nice ball there from Tenora for a strike. Andrew Gallagher up now, lane 3 for Napoleon. And Andrew clears the deck with a strike. So it looks like the Wildcats found the line they liked in practice. Hunter Ehlers up. Another strike for Tenora on the right lane. And Hunter adds to the strike. So 4 out of the first 5 bowlers with strikes in the first frame. The other one with a spare. Marks are good. All right, thank you for the confirmation. Slade up now over on the right lane, lane number 4. That one goes a little bit high. Picks up 9, leaves a 7 pin. Brian picking up the spare off to the right there a little bit. 9 count for Tenora, leaving a 10 pin on lane 3. Nice pickup there from Slade. So Wildcats need to control the pocket today. Leave easy spares and pick them up. Sounds easy. Fox up now, right lane. And he'll miss the head pin. Leaves the washout, the 1, 2, 4, and 10. Tricky little spare to convert. Need to get the ball left of the head pin, or left side of the head pin, I should say. Kick it back into the 10 pin. Fox ready for his spare. Nice attempt, picks up 3 out of 4, so an open frame for Fox. Tenora picks up their spare, lane number 3. Bluffton got 9 on their first ball in lane number 5, leaving a 10 pin. Christian up now, lane number 4. And he misses the pocket. Comes in light, leaves the 1, 2, 4, 6, and 10. Bluffton, spare attempt on lane 5. Lets that one get too far right, so an open frame for him. Christian now. Trying to convert this on lane number 4. And he'll pick up 3 out of the 5, so 8 count in the second for him. Andrew Gallagher up now, right lane. And a strike for Andrew, back to back. So he opens with 2 strikes in the first 2 frames. Another nice ball from Tenora for a strike on the left lane. That's a double for him as well. Hunter's up now, lane number 4. And a 4 pin left, so 9 count for him. Bluffton misses the spare attempt on lane 5. 9 count for Tenora on lane 3. Also leaving a 4 pin. Hunter, spare attempt. And he picks it up. And Tenora picks up their spare on lane 3. Bluffton goes high on lane 5, picks up 8, leaves the 3, 6. And Tenora with a strike on lane number 4. Slade back up for Napoleon on lane 3. And a strike for Slade. didn't like that one. Missed the head pin. Leaves the 1-3, pickup of 8. Fox on lane 3. And Fox crushes the rack for a strike. Nice ball from Bluffton for a strike over on lane number 5. That's a double for him. Christian up now, lane number 3. And Christian misses the pocket again, leaving the same 1, 2, 4, 6, and 10 that he did on the right lane. Tenora picks up the spare on lane 4. Nice ball there from Bluffton for the strike on lane 5. Christian now, spare attempt, lane 3. And he picks up 3 out of the 5, so an 8 count. So back-to-back opens for Christian. Strike for Brian on lane number 5. That's a double for him. And a strike for Tenora going left side of the pocket, Brooklyn. Andrew now, lane 3. And he gets 9 of them to fall, leaves 2 pin. Brian with a split on lane number 5, leaving the 2-10. Tenora goes high, picks up 7, leaving a 3-6-10 in lane 4. Andrew now spare attempt on lane 3. And he covers it nicely. That'll bring up Hunter next, but first we've got the bowler from Tenora. Brian picks up 1 out of 2 on lane 5. Nice cover there for Tenora, picking up 3-6-10. And Hunter leaves a solid 10 pin, pickup of 9. Brian picks up 9 on their first ball, leaving the 7 pin on lane 5. Tenora gets 9, leaving a 6 pin on lane 4. Hunter with his spare attempt picks it up. So a pair of spares for Hunter there in the 2nd and 3rd frames. And Tenora missed their spare attempt on lane number 4. Tenora up lane number 3 now. And a solid 10 pin left for their leadoff bowler. Slade up now, lane number 4 for Napoleon. Remember, this is game 1 of 3 of the individual games. And a strike for Slade. Back-to-back strikes for Slade. And 3 out of 4 in the first 4 frames. Tenora now spare attempt on lane 3. And a missed opportunity there. Fox up for Napoleon, lane 4. That one goes high, leaves the 3-6-10. Nice ball from Tenora for the strike on lane 3. All right, Fox here, spare attempt, and nicely done. Hits right between the 3-6 and carries the 10. goes high on lane 3, leaves the 3-6-10. Christian up now, lane 4. And again, light misses the head pin, leaves that same 1, 2, 4, 6, and 10. Nice cover by Tenora, picking up the spare. Christian now, spare attempt on lane 4. And he'll pick up 3 out of the 5. And a strike for Tenora over on lane number 3. And a strike for Bluffton on lane number 5. All right, Andrew Gallagher up in lane number 4 for Napoleon. Nice ball right between the 1-3, carries the rest of the pin. So a strike for Andrew. Tenora picks up 7, leaving the 2, 4, and 8. Bluffton going a little bit high, picks up 9, leaves 9 pin, and Hunter absolutely crushes that one. That's a strike for him. Tenora picks up 2 out of 3, so a 9 count for him in the 4th frame. All right, Tenora up, lane 4. Slade waiting for Tenora to finish. 9 count for Tenora, leaving a 10 pin. Slade now ready to go. And Slade with another strike. That's now 3 in a row for him. Strikes in the 3rd, 4th, and 5th frames. And 4 out of 5 in the first 5 are strikes for Slade. Bluffton with a strike there on lane number 5. Tenora now, spare attempt on lane 4 for their leadoff bowler. And that one gets away from him. So back-to-back opens for him. And Fox with a strike. That'll bring Christian up next. See if Christian can make the adjustment here. Looks like he might have made a ball change. Picks up 9, leaves the 10 pin. Tenora goes high and pays the price and splits, leaving the 7-10. Pickup of 8. All right, Christian now, spare attempt, lane 3. And he covers that up nicely. And Bluffton with a strike over on lane number 5. Tenora looking to pick up 1 here. That was a nice attempt. Got it to the left side of the 7 pin. Tried to slide it back into the 10. Very good attempt by Tenora there. Andrew now, lane number 3. And Andrew with another strike. That's 2 in a row now for him, and he's 4 for 5 in the first 5 frames with strikes. Hit 2 in the 1st and 2nd, then a 9 spare, and then 2 more in the 4th and 5th. And Tenora with a nice ball for a strike on lane 4. Hunter up now, lane 3. That one goes a little bit high on him. leaves the 3-6, a pickup of 8. And Tenora leaves a 7-10 on lane 4. Hunter picks up his spare. Brian up now on lane number 5, and a strike for them. That's their leadoff bowler, and he's 4 strikes in a row after an open in the first frame. Brian gets 9, leaves a 10-pin on lane 5. Tenora now spare attempt, picks up 1 out of 2 on lane 4. Tenora's leadoff bowler on lane 3. And a strike for him. Spare attempt from Brian, lane number 5, picked it up. Tenora's anchor bowler now, nice ball from him for a strike on lane 4. Tenora on lane 3, and a nice ball for a strike there. Slade up now, lane 4. And Slade leaves a solid 10-pin. Good looking ball, just couldn't quite carry the 10. Tenora missing the head pin on lane 3, leaving the 1-2-4, a pickup of 7. Slade now, spare attempt. Oh, and he got that one too far inside, and an open frame for Slade in the 6th frame. Tenora, spare attempt, and he picks up 2 out of 3. Brian looking at a split on lane 5, picks up 2 out of the 3. Fox up now, lane number 4. That one goes high, but carries enough to leave just the 9-pin. And Tenora leaving the 3-9-10 on lane number 3. Brian goes high, leaves a 4-pin on lane 5. And Fox misses his spare attempt. So back-to-back opens for the Wildcats. Nice pickup there by Tenora, picking up the 3-9-10. Brian picks up their spare on lane number 5. Christian up now, lane number 4. And he comes in just a touch light, leaves the 2-8. So a pickup of 8. Got to be a little careful with this spare with the sleeper pin in behind. Make sure to drive that 2-pin straight back into the 8. Brian comes up high on that one, leaves the 6-9-10 on lane 5. Tenora got 9 on their first ball on lane 3. Now Christian, spare attempt. And he picks up 1, gets the back one. And Tenora picks up the spare on lane 3. That's their anchor bowler. Brian, spare attempt. Picks it up on lane 5. Andrew up for the Napoleon Wildcats now. And Andrew gets a little unlucky there, leaves the 8-10. Slade up, lane number 3. That one goes high, leaves a 3-10 split for him. And Andrew won't get any more, so an 8 count for Andrew. He's sitting at 123 in the 6th. Something didn't feel right to Slade, so he'll pause and take a moment. Hunter up now, lane number 4. That one goes high, picks up 4, leaves the 3, 4, 6, 7, 9, and 10. Slade picks up 1 out of the 2, so he's sitting with a 136 in the 7th frame. And Hunter picks up 3 more, so 7 count for him. He's sitting at 100 in the 6th frame. Fox up now, lane 3, and Fox with a strike. So the lanes are either starting to transition maybe a little early, or the boys aren't, are missing their marks slightly. Tenora, nice ball there for a strike. That's back-to-back strikes for him. And a strike for Christian. Napoleon needs to focus on that next ball, best ball. Forget about the shot before. Doesn't matter if it was good or bad. All you can do is execute the shot you're on. 9 count for Tenora, leaving a 7-pin on lane 4. Andrew up now, lane number 3. And Andrew gets a strike. Bluffton with 7, leaving the 3, 6, 10. Hunter up now, lane 3, and a strike for Hunter. So 4 strikes out of 5 frames there for the Wildcats in the 7th frame. After the 6th frame, which didn't have a single mark in it for the Wildcats. Bluffton, spare attempt, lane 5, nicely done. Tenora up on lane number 4 now. And that comes in light, missed the head pin, leaves the 1, 2, 4, 6, and 10. Bluffton getting 9, leaving the 7 pin. So Napoleon has to wait for Tenora to finish on the right lane, lane number 4. They've still got a few bowlers to finish. Nicely done by Tenora, picking up the 1, 2, 4, 6, 10. Gets that ball to the left side of the head pin, drives it back into the 6-10. So spare conversion for Tenora there. Bluffton picks up the 7 pin on lane number 5. Tenora goes left side, Brooklyn strike on lane 4. I'm sorry, did I say Tenora on lane 4? I think I said Bluffton. Bluffton with a strike on lane 5. And Tenora gets 9 on lane number 4, their last bowler. Leaves a 6 pin. Tenora up on the left lane now, lane number 3. That one goes high, leaves a 6-10, pickup of 8. Spare attempt from Tenora here on lane 4. And he picks it up. Slade coming up on the right lane now, lane number 4. Tenora with their spare attempt picks up 1 out of 2. And Slade with a strike. All right, Fox Taylor up next. And Fox with a strike. Back-to-back strikes for Fox. Tenora with a strike over on lane number 3. Bryan shooting their 10-pin here for the spare on lane 5. And misses. Christian up lane number 4 for Napoleon. And a nice ball for Christian with a strike. That's a double up for him. Tenora now, lane number 3, and picks up 7, leaves the 3-6-10. Bryan picking up 8, leaving the 2-8 on lane 5. Andrew now, lane 4. And a nice ball from Andrew and a double up for him. Nice spare there from Tenora on lane number 3. Bryan now, spare attempt, lane number 5. And he'll pick up 1 out of 2. Sleeper pin gets him. And Hunter with a double up. So all 5 Napoleon bowlers striking in the 8th frame. Strike for Tenora, lane number 3. Looks like we've got some pins missing on lane 5 for Bryan, so there'll be a re-rack. And dead wood on lane 4, so coach will take care of that. And a strike for Tenora over on the left lane, lane number 3. Bryan's got all 10 pins now, and he knocks 8 of them back down, leaving the 6-10. Slade up now, lane number 3. Slade goes high, and it splits on him. Leave the 4, 6, 9, and 10. Not quite the leave you want in the 9th frame. All right, lane 4's got all 10 pins again. Slade, spare attempt here. Picks up 3 out of the 4, so an open in the 9th. He's sitting at 164 in the 9th. Bryan gets the spare on lane 5. just brushing past the 6-pin, enough to get it to fall. Tenora, nice ball, strike on lane 4. Fox up now, working on a double. And goes left side of the head pin, picks up 9, leaves the 5-pin. So Slade's sitting at 164, so if he strikes out, he could finish at 194. All right, Tenora picking up 8. Fox picks up his spare. Brian getting 8 on lane number 5, leaving the 310. Looks like the 5-9 for Tenora on lane number 4. Christian Horner up now, lane number 3 for Napoleon. And a strike for Christian. That's 3 in a row now. Brian picking up their spare on lane 5. Tenora chops, picking up 1 out of 2 on lane number 4. Andrew up now. Nice ball for Andrew, and he's rewarded with all 10 going down for the strike. So 3 in a row for Andrew as well. Tenora gets 9, leaving a 4-pin, or I'm sorry, 2-pin on lane number 4. That'll bring Hunter up, but first the Tenora bowler with his spare. Brian also looking to shoot a spare on lane number 5. Tenora covers. Hunter now, lane number 3. And he gets all 10 to fall for the strike. That's 3 in a row for him. Brian misses their spare attempt. And Tenora with a nice ball there for the strike. That's 3 in a row for him. Bluffton up now, lane number 5. And a strike for Bluffton. Napoleon waiting for the Tenora's 5th bowler to finish on the right lane so they can finish up the 10th frame. Nice ball, a double up for Tenora's 5th bowler, getting a strike on lane 4. Bluffton getting 9 on lane 5, a strike for Tenora on lane number 3. Slade up now for his 10th frame. A few words of wisdom from Coach DJ. That one goes high, and it splits on him, leaving the 7, 9, and 10. Again, not a lead you want to see. Tenora, lane 3. And he picks up 7 more on his 2nd ball in the 10th. And Slade picks up 1 more, and he'll finish with a 172 game. Bluffton with a strike there on lane number 5. Tenora's 1st bowler, last ball 10th frame, picks up the spare. He finishes with a 179. Fox goes high, leaves the 6-10, a pickup of 8. Bluffton with a strike on lane number 5. Sonora up now, lane 3, his 10th frame. And he starts it out with a strike. Fox now, spare attempt here, lane number 4. And he's got it. He'll get one more in the 10th. Sonora with a second strike in the 10th frame. All right, Fox's last ball, 10th frame, close it out here. And gets 9. Messenger goes in front of the 10 pin. So 179 for Fox. So 172, Slade McCorkle, 179, Fox Taylor. Bluffton picks up the spare. And Tenora's second bowler finished with 162. Christian up now, lane 4. And he comes in light, leaves the washout, the 1, 2, 4, and 10. Tenora up, left lane. And he picks up 6 and splits, leaving the 3, 4, 6, and 10. Christian now got to get left to the head pin, left side of the head pin. And he picks up 3 out of the 4. So Christian finishing with a 153 game. Tenora picks up 1 more. He finishes with a 155. Andrew Gallagher up now for his 10th frame, lane number 4. And a strike for Andrew. 4 in a row now. Tenora picking up 9, leaving a 10 pin on lane 3. Brian splitting, leaving the 4, 7, and is it 4? Maybe it's, can't quite tell from here. Maybe it's the 4, 6, 7. Tenora misses their spare attempt. He finished their 4th bowler, finishing with a game of 202. Congratulations. Andrew now, lane number 4. And a strike for Andrew. So 2 in the 10th for Andrew with 1 more to go. Tenora's anchor bowler up. He's got 2 strikes working for him in the the 8th and 9th frames. Oh, and he gets unlucky, leaving a 7-10 split. Andrew now, final ball, 10th frame, lane number 4. Oh, and it moved the 10 pin, but it wouldn't go down. So 9 counting on his last ball and a 242 game. Congratulations, Andrew. That brings up Hunter now, lane number 4, his 10th frame. And he starts out with a strike. So 4 in a row now for Hunter. Hunter now, second ball, 10th frame, lane number 4. And he gets 8, leaves the 2-8. Brian now, lane number 5. That one goes high, a pickup of 6, leaving the 3, 6, 9, 10. And Hunter picks up the spare and finishes with a game of 208. Team total looks to be 954. So Slade with 172, 179 for Fox, 153 for Christian, 242 for Andrew, and 208 for Hunter. We're going to switch the camera over to the other lanes because they'll be moving to pairs 5 and 6 now. We don't need that. Oops, don't need that. There we go. All right, so Ryan and Bluffton are still finishing up here. Bluffton, left lane. And that looks like 8. Brian with a strike on lane number 6. That's 2 in the 10th for him. Bluffton picking up the spare there on lane number 5. Strike for Brian. So I guess that's 2 in the 10th. Sorry, there's a sticker on the TV that prevents me from seeing the whole score. So Bluffton's first bowler finishes with a 213. Brian picks up 9 on his final ball, finishes with a 235. Nice game for him. Bluffton with a strike in the 10th. Brian's second bowler up now, 10th frame, lane 6. And he gets 8, leaves the 4-9. Bluffton gets 8, leaves the 2-8 on his second ball in the 10th frame. And Bluffton chops, picks up 1, and he'll finish with a 133. Brian misses his spare attempt, finishes with a 113. So Bluffton will probably go around Napoleon. Just looking at the scores here, they've still got 3 bowlers to bowl. Brian with a strike. Start the 10th frame, working on the strike in the 9th. Bluffton picks up 8, leaves the 3-10. Oh, I'm sorry, not Bluffton. Brian will be the one that goes around Napoleon. I'm sorry, I'm looking at the scores wrong. No, I'm not. It's Bluffton. Oh. Follow the arrows. All right, Bluffton now, spare attempt on lane 5. And he chops, picks up just the 10 pin, so he'll finish with a game of 201. Brian with 3 strikes in the 10th to finish at 174. That was their third bowler. So yeah, Bluffton right now, their team total is about the same as Napoleon's, and they've still got 2 bowlers left to bowl. 9 count for Bluffton on lane number 5. Brian, lane number 6. Strike for him in the 10th. That's 3 in a row for him. Strikes in the 8th, 9th, and now the first one in the 10th. Bluffton, spare attempt, lane 5, picks it up. He'll get 1 more in the 10th. Brian, second ball, 10th frame, picks up 8, leaves the 2-8. Bluffton with a strike on his final ball, and he finishes with a game of 236. Nice game for him. Brian chops, picks up 1, and finishes with 180. And Bluffton goes through the nose and leaves the 4-6, 7-10 split. Brian's last bowler now, 10th frame. Picks up 1. And Bluffton won't pick up any additional pins, and he finishes with a 220 game. Nice game. So 1,003. So quick math, 49 pins. 49 pins ahead of Napoleon. Brian now trying to get the spare here. And he picks up 7 more, I'm sorry. And finishes with a 156. Brian's team total was 858. Tenora's team total was 870. Again, Napoleon 954. And Bluffton 1,003. And we'll bring you the rest of the scores as we're getting them. All right, so Brian and Tenora will switch down to lanes 5 and 6. Bluffton and Brian will go to 3 and 4. For the third game, they'll switch back. So as the boys switch all their possessions and belongings and bowling balls and everything else from one set of lanes to the other. I want to thank everybody who took some time out of your day today to join our live stream and support our program. We really appreciate it. As I said, girls sectional was supposed to be yesterday, but due to the inclement weather and the ice and the snow and everything on the roads, that has been postponed till Monday. So we will be here Monday live streaming that for you starting at 10 o'clock. So hopefully you can join us. So if you've been following the live stream in the program for a while, you probably already know this, but for those of you who are new this year, start out with the sectional tournament. Ohio has 6 different districts, so each of those districts holds several sectional tournaments. And Tenora starts out with 9 on lane 5. In our sectional, the top 3 teams advance to the Northwest District. I think there's 3 sectionals in our district. And Slade McCorkle comes in light, leaves the 1-2. At the district, based on our size, 3 teams will advance to the state tournament in Columbus, along with the top 3 scoring individuals, not part of an advancing team. Slade now, spare attempt. And he picks it up. Napoleon's had a pretty good run here the last 6-10 years. I know the boys and girls both want to get back to state this year, so follow along with our journey. Fox Taylor up now, lane number 6, and a strike for Fox. So Tenora had 6 on lane 5, left the 1, 2, 8, and 10. Brian picking up 8 on lane 4, leaving the 3-6. Tenora missed their spare opportunity, won't get any more, so an open frame for them. Christian Horner up now, lane number 6, and that's a strike for him. Tenora now, lane number 5, and a strike for him on lane 5. Andrew up now, lane number 6. And Andrew with a strike. All right, Hunter slipped there a little bit, but looks like he picked up the strike. Tenora with a strike over on lane number 5. Tenora now, lane number 6. And a strike for Tenora. Slade up now for Napoleon on lane number 5. Comes in just a little light, gets 9, leaves the 5 pin. Tenora now, lane number 6. Tell he didn't like it. Picks up 7, leaving the 139. Slade picks up his spare. Brian now, spare attempt on lane 4. Picks it up. Fox gets 7 going high, leaving the 6, 9, 10. Tenor picks up their spare on lane number 6. Ryan with a strike down on lane number 4. Fox now, spare attempt on lane 5. And he chops, picks up 1 out of 2. Tenor picking up 7, leaving the 1, 2, 4 on lane 6. 9 count for Brian, leaving a 4 pin on lane 4. Christian up now for Napoleon, lane 5. And a strike for Christian. Tenor missed a spare opportunity there. Didn't pick up any additional, so a 7 count for him in the second frame. That'll bring up Andrew. And Brian missed their spare attempt on lane number 4. And Andrew splits, leaving the 2, 8, and 10. Tenor picks up 9, leaving a 10 pin. All right, and Andrew picked up 1 out of those, so an 8 count for him in the second frame. Tenora picking up the spare in lane number 6. All right, so after 1 game, we've got Ottawa Glandorf in first with a 1055. Bluffton in second with a 1003. Evergreen with 987 in third place. Napoleon in fourth with 954. Miller City is in fifth with 899. Tenora is in sixth with 870. Wauseon is in seventh with 864. Bryan 858 in eighth. Liberty Center in ninth, 828. Patrick Henry 799 in 10th place. Delta 606 in 11th. Eastwood at 570. And Swanton is rounding out the field at 511. So that's your quick rundown. So Ottawa Glandorf, Bluffton, then Evergreen, Napoleon. Fox picking up 9, leaving the 10 pin on lane 6. Tenora, spare attempt, nicely picked up there by Tenora in lane 5. Fox holds on, picks up the spare. Slade had a strike before Fox and to start the third frame as I was reading off the scores. brings up Christian now. Christian missing the head pin leaves the 1-2, pickup of 8. 9 count for Tenora over on lane 5. All right, Christian, spare attempt, and he gets it back door. Had to come off the wall to get it, but he got it. All right, so looking at the score sheet, it looks like from our sectional has grown a little bit. They're actually allowing us to take the top 4 teams this year and the top 4 individuals to advance to districts. So I was in error when I said 3 earlier. Tenora picks up 8, leaving the 2-7. Andrew up now, lane number 6. Andrew picking up 7, leaving the 2-5 and 8. Brian with a strike there, lane number 4. Andrew now, spare attempt, and he chops. Tenora picks up the spare there. Nice job by him. Hunter, lane 6, and a strike for Hunter. Tenora picking up 9, leaving a 10 pin. So Napoleon waiting for Tenora to finish up on the left lane so they can move over for start the 4th frame. This is individual game number 2 of 3. We're going to have 3 individual games, then we'll have about a 15-minute break for lunch. And then we'll be back with with 6 Baker games. Tenora up now on the right lane, lane number 6. And he picks up 9, leaves a 7 pin. Tenora's 5th bowler up now. And another strike for him. That's 3 in a row in the first 3 frames. Tenora now, spare attempt on lane 6. And he'll miss that one to the left. Slade up. Had a strike previously in the 3rd frame. Looking to double up here. And that's what he does. Nice ball by Slade. Tenora with a strike on lane number 6. Brian with a strike over on lane number 4. Fox up now, lane number 5. And Fox Taylor with a strike. Tenora missed the pocket, came in light, leaves the 1, 2, 4, and 8. Christian Horner up now, lane number 5. And he missed the pocket, comes in light, leaves the 1, 2, 4, 6, and 10. Nine count for Brian over on lane number 4. And Tenora picks up all but 1 for a 9 count on the 4th frame. I should say 9 total in the 4th frame. Christian now spare attempt. And he picks up 3 out of 5. Brian makes their spare. Tenora leaves the 1, 2, 10 on lane 6. And Andrew with a strike on lane 5. Tenora spare attempt, lane 6, picks up 2 out of the 3. Bluffton with a strike on lane number 4. Hunter now lane 5. Gets lucky and the 7-pin went down, leaving just the 10 standing. So pickup of 9. 9 count for Tenora, leaving a 7-pin on lane 6. Bluffton now, lane number 4, and a strike for them. Hunter, oh, and he missed a spare attempt. So an open frame for Hunter in the 4th frame. Tenora also missing their spare attempt on lane 6. Bluffton now, lane number 4. And a strike for Bluffton. Tenora, lane 5, that one goes high. Leaves the 10-pin, a pickup of 9. Slade leaves the 2, 5, and 7, a pickup of 7 on lane 6. Bluffton gets 8, leaving the 3, 9 on lane 4 a moment ago. Tenora now spare attempt on lane 5. And that one will be a little too far right. Ends up in the right channel. Spare attempt from Slade. Picks up 1 out of 3. So 8 count for him in the 5th frame. He's sitting at 92 currently. Tenora picks up a strike in lane number 5. That's a double up for him. Fox up now, lane 6. And he picks up 9, leaves a 4-pin. Bluffton goes high, leaves a 6-10 on lane number 4. Tenora up, lane number 5, and he gets 6, leaves the 1, 3, 8, and 10. Fox picks up his spare. Bluffton picks up their spare, lane number 4. And nice pickup by Tenora, picking up their spare on lane number 5. Christian up now, lane number 6 for Napoleon. And that one came in straight and hard and picks up 9, leaves a 6 pin. Tenora comes in high and splits, leaving the 3, 6, 7, and 10. Pickup of 6. Actually, it looks like the 3 fell down. All right, so they'll reset the 3 pin. Andrew up now, lane number 6. And he picks up 9, leaves the 8 pin. Strike for Brian down on lane number 4. Andrew now, spare attempt. And he picks it up. Tenor now, spare attempt. And he won't pick up anymore, so a 6 count for him in the 5th. Hunter now, lane number 6. And a strike for Hunter. So Hunter evidently likes that right lane. He's gone strike on all the odd frames, 1, 3, and 5. Needs to figure out the left lane. Missed a couple of single pin spares on that left lane. Strike for Tenora over on the left lane a moment ago. Coach Randy having a word with the boys. Tenora gets 9, leaves a 10 pin on lane 6. Slade comes in just a touch light, leaves a 2 pin. Spare attempt from Tenora, missed. Slade now, spare attempt, lane 5. And he got it. Barely nudged it, but it was enough. Brian with a strike on lane number 4. Tenora with a strike on lane number 6. Fox up now, lane number 5. That one goes left side. Brooklyn for the strike. Ball looked like it broke a ton late. Strike for Tenora, Brooklyn side on lane 6. 9 count for Bluffton on lane number 4, leaving a 6 pin. Tenora with 8, leaving 3-9. On lane 6, Christian up, and a solid 9-pin left. Pickup of 9 on lane 5. Tenora now, spare attempt, lane number 6. Missed. Bluffton with a strike a moment ago on lane 4. Oh, and Christian starts that one way too far right. Ends up in the right channel. So an open frame for Christian. He's sitting at 99 in the 6th. Tenora picks up 7 after swinging out wide, leaving the 2, 4, and 7. Andrew Gallagher, lane number 5, and a strike for Andrew. And Tenora picks up the spare on lane 6. Bluffton with a 9 count, leaving a 10-pin on lane 4. And Hunter with a strike. That's a double up for him. Strikes in the 5th and 6th frames. Slade goes just a little high. He takes out 9 of the pins, leaves the 7-pin standing. Spare attempt from Bluffton here, lane number 4, picked up. Tenora picking up 6, leaving the 6, 7, 9, and 10. Slade picks up the spare there. Bluffton splitting, leaving the 4-9 on lane number 4. Fox up now, lane 6 for Napoleon. We're in the 7th frame of game number 2. And a strike for Fox. So back-to-back strikes for Fox. He doubles up. Nice attempt there by Tenor. Picks up 3 out of the 4. He's sitting at 84 in the 7th. And Bluffton picks up 1 out of the 2, so an open frame for him on lane number 4. Tenora swung that one out wide, but it comes back for the strike. And a Brooklyn strike for Christian. So the last strike by the Tenora bowler, that's his 4th in a row. That was their 2nd bowler, their 3rd bowler up now. And 9 count for him, leaving a 9-pin. Andrew up now, lane number 6. And a strike for Andrew. That's a double up for him. Tenora picks up their spare. Hunter up now, lane 6. And a strike for Hunter. That's 3 in a row. Brian got 8 on their first ball. Left the 2-4 here. picks up the spare. Tenora with a strike on lane number 5. Brian now, lane number 4. That goes left of the head pin, but it carries for the Brooklyn strike. Tenora's 5th bowler, and a strike for him on lane number 5. All right, Tenora up now, lane 6. And he gets 9, leaves the 5 pin. Brian gets a strike down on lane number 4. Brian with 2 bowlers with 4 in a row. Slade goes high, picks up 7, leaves the 3, 6, 9. Brian gets 9, leaves a 7 pin on lane 4. Tenora's spare attempt picked up. That'll bring up Slade now on lane 5 for his spare attempt. And he chops, picks up 2 out of the 3. So he's sitting at 137 in the 8th frame. Sorry. Tenora with a strike on lane number 6. Brian picks up their spare on lane 4. Fox Taylor now, lane number 5. And he gets all 10 to fall for a 3rd strike in a row. So strikes in the 6th, 7th, and 8th frames for Fox. Tenora up now, lane number 6. That one goes a little high, picks up 9, leaves a 10 pin. Brian gets all 10 to fall for a strike on lane number 4. Christian up, lane number 5. Picks up 8, leaves the 4, 7. No, it got swept, so it's going to have to get reset here. And Tenora missed their spare attempt on lane number 6. Bluffton up now on lane number 4 while they get the pins reset on 5. That one goes high and he splits, leaving the 4, 6, 7, 10. Tenora now, lane number 6. And a strike for Tenora. That's a double up for him. Bluffton now, spare attempt on lane 4. Probably just try for 2 here. No, looked like you went for it and didn't get any of them. Tenora now, lane number 6. And a strike for Tenora. Christian, spare attempt, and he picks up 1. So an open frame for Christian. He's sitting at 127 in the 8th frame. Bluffton picks up the strike on lane number 4. Slade gets 9, leaves the 4 pin on lane 6. Should have Andrew coming up to lane 5 here in a moment. Bluffton now, lane number 4. And he gets the strike. Slade now, spare attempt. lane 6 for Napoleon. Misses. So an open frame in the 9th. He's sitting at 146. Strikeout, he could max out at 176. Andrew now, lane number 5. And a strike for Andrew. 3 in a row now for Andrew. Fox up now, lane number 6. And a strike for Fox. That's 4 in a row now. Hunter, he's got 3 in a row right now, looking for the 4th. And a strike for Hunter. So strikes in the 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th frames for Hunter Ehlers. All right, we've got Garrett Hall. Looks like he's in for Christian. And he splits, leaves the 210. Tenor picks up 9, leaves the 9 pin on lane 5. Garrett picks up 1 out of 2. Bluffton also picking up 1 out of 2 for an open frame on lane 4. Andrew up now, lane number 6. That one goes high, leaves the 3, 6, 10, a pickup of 7. Tenora picks up their spare. Brian up now, lane number 4. Brian gets 9, leaves the 7 pin. And Andrew picks up his spare. Andrew still with a chance to break 200 if he can strike out in the 10th. Tenora coming in a little light, leaving the 2, 4, and 5. Pickup of 7. Hunter Ehlers up now, lane number 6. And Hunter with the strike. So that's now 5 in a row for him. Brian missed his spare attempt on lane number 4. Tenora, spare attempt, lane 5. And he chops, picks up 1 out of the 3. He's sitting at 188 in the 9th. Brian comes in light, leaves the 2, 8, 10 on lane 4. Again, Napoleon waiting for Tenor to finish up on the left lane. Tenor, lane number 5. And he picks up 7, leaving the 3, 6, 10. Brian picking up 2 out of 3 on lane number 4. Spare attempt for Tenor, now lane number 5. And he gets it, nice shot. Tenor's leadoff bowler, 10th frame, lane number 6. And he gets 9 to start the 10th, leaving the 5 pin. Tenor gets all 10 to go down on lane 5 for the strike. That's now 3 in a row for him. Brian had 8 on lane number 4. Tenora now, lane 5. And another strike for Tenora. That's 3 in a row for him on lane 5. All right, now Napoleon will be able to start their 10th frame. And Tenora picks up the spare in the 10th, so they'll get one more. Looks like Napoleon is bringing in Jacob Danette for Slade to finish out game number 2. That one goes high. Pickup of 8, leaving the 6-10. Last ball for Tenor, 10th frame and a strike. And he finishes with a 142. Jacob now, spare attempt here, lane number 5 for Napoleon. And he's got it, so he'll get one more. So 156 plus the next ball. Tenora, lane number 6, start 10th frame, picks up 9, leaving a 2-pin. Brian goes high, gets 9, leaves the 3-pin on lane number 4. All right, Jacob, that one's also high, pickup of 8, so 164 combined for Slade and Jacob. Brian picks up their spare. They'll get one more. I'm sorry, that's not the 10th frame. Tenora picks up the spare. Fox with a strike to start the 10th frame. Wasn't pretty, but it still counts. Second ball, 10th frame for Fox on lane number 5. And gets 9, leaves the 4-pin. Tenora gets 8, leaving the 2-4. And he finishes up with a game of 206. Nice game. Brian with a strike on lane number 4. That was 3 in a row now for him, I believe. And Fox picks up the spare. And a strike for Tenora on lane number 6 to start the 10th frame. We've got pins falling all over the place on lane 5. Nobody's bowled yet. Bluffton starts 10th frame with a strike on lane number 4. Second ball, 10th frame for Tenora. Picks up 8 more, leaves the 4-7. All 10 pins back, so Garrett will be able to get underway as soon as Bluffton clears the left lane. And a strike for Bluffton on lane 4. That's 2 in the 10th now for him. Tenora picks up their spare. and finishes with a 157. Garrett with a strike to start the 10th frame. That's Garrett Hall. One of our 2 seniors this year. This is Garrett's first year out for the team, though. Garrett now, second ball, 10th frame. And he picks up 6 more. So Tenora started with 9, spare attempt here. And he picks up the spare. So he'll get 1 more in the 10th. Bluffton gets all 10 to fall for the strike on lane number 4. Garrett now, spare attempt, and he chops, picks up 2 out of the 4. So Christian and Garrett combine for a 154. Tenora finishes off with a strike in a 170 game. Bluffton picks up 8 to start, or for second ball in the 10th frame. Andrew now, lane number 5, gets 9, leaves a 4-pin. And Tenora's anchor bowler starts out with a strike in the 10th. That's now 4 in a row for him. Andrew now, spare attempt. And he's got it. So he's sitting at 181 plus the next ball. So 191 max. Or no, 191 max. And Tenora gets 9 on his second ball in the 10th frame. Andrew now, last ball, 10th frame. This is game 2 of 3 individual games. Then there'll be a short lunch break, followed by 6 Baker games. It'll be total pins between the individuals and the Bakers, and the top 4 teams will advance to this district round. So Tenora, 5th bowler, picks up the spare, finishes with a 236 and a 911 for a team total. Andrew now, spare attempt. And goes Brooklyn, picks up 9, so 190 game for Andrew. Bluffton started with a strike on the lane number 4. That was their 3rd bowler. So Bluffton had a 209, was their first bowler. 149, second bowler. Second ball, 10th frame for Bluffton is another strike. So on Brian, I've got first bowler's 203, second bowler 208, third bowler 192, fourth bowler 215. And 7 of them on his last ball for Bluffton on lane 4, and he finishes with a 215. Hunter Ayler's up now, lane 5, and it splits on him. Leaves the 4, 7, and 10. Bluffton's 4th bowler starts out the 10th with a strike. And Hunter picks up 2 out of 3. And finishes with a 201. Team total is 934 in game number 2. Bluffton picks up 6 on his second ball in the 10th after starting out the 10th with a strike. So Brian's last bowler finished with a 181 and a team total of 999. Bluffton chops, picks up 2 more. He finishes with a 156. And a strike for Bluffton to start the 10th frame. Building on the strike in the 9th. So after Bluffton completes the 10th frame in this second game, the teams will switch back. So Napoleon and Sonora will move back to 3 and 4. Bluffton and Bryan will move back to 5 and 6. And a 9 count, leaving the 8 pin on his second ball, 10th frame. And Bluffton picks up their spare, so he finishes with a 159, and team total looks to be 888. So we got Bryan with 999 and Bluffton with 888. Napoleon had 934 and Tenora with 911. All right, so we'll move all of our belongings from one lane to the other again. And as I get scoring updates of the other teams, we'll bring you the standings after the second round, or second individual game. Shouldn't be too long here. All right, coming into game 3 now. Last of the individual games. All right, we're getting ready, and Jacob Dennett will stay in and lead off things for the Wildcats on lane number 4. Or I'm sorry, lane number 3. And he starts out with 6, leaving the leaving the 4, 6, 7, and 10. Tenora starts out with 8, leaving the 3-10. Brian started out with a strike. Jacob won't add any additional, so a 6 count for him in the first frame. Fox up now, lane number 3. Fox goes left of the head pin, picks up 9, leaves the 5 pin. Brian with another strike on lane number 5. Tenora, spare attempt on lane 4. Picks up 1 of the 2. So a 9 count to start the first frame. Fox now, spare attempt, lane 3. And he's got it. Brian with another strike, so the first 3 Brian bowlers with strikes in the first frame. Strike for Tenora, lane number 4. Garrett Hull up, lane number 3 in the 3rd spot. And Garrett gets 9, leaving a 4 pin. Tenora now, lane number 4. And a strike for Tenora. Garrett now, spare attempt, lane 3. And he's got it. Brian gets 8 on lane number 5, leaving a 6-10. And a strike for Tenora on lane number 4. Nice ball from him. Andrew Gallagher up now on lane number 3 to start this 3rd individual game. And he picks up the strike. And Brian will pick up 1 out of 2 on lane 5 for the open frame. And a strike for Tenora on lane number 4. So 4 of Tenora's first 5 bowlers finishing the first frame with a strike. Hunter Ehlers now, lane number 3, and a strike for for Hunter. Tried to combine his 2 names, and it didn't quite work out. Jacob up now, lane number 4, and he gets all 10 to fall for the strike. 10 pin goes down late, but it does go down. Still waiting for a couple of teams to finish up their second game. And Fox picks up 8, leaves the 3-6 on lane number 4. Tenora now, lane number 3, gets 9, leaves a 10 pin. Bluffton up, lane number 5, gets 9, leaves the 9 pin. Fox now, spare attempt, and he's got it. Tenora misses their spare attempt on lane 3. Garrett Hall up now for Napoleon, lane 4. Comes in a little light, leaves a 2-8 on lane 4. Bluffton, spare attempt, lane number 5, picks it up. Tenor picks up 8, leaves a 6-10 on lane 3. And nice pickup there for Garrett on lane 4. Spare for him. Bluffton, I don't know what's going on. He just swept the rack for some reason. And a nice pickup there by Tenor on lane number 3, picking up the spare. Andrew Gallagher, lane number 4. And he gets all 10 to fall for the strike. That's back-to-back strikes for Andrew. Tenor got 6 on their first ball, leaving the 3, 4, 6, and 7. Hunter now, lane number 4. And a strike for Hunter. So double up for him. Tenora picks up 3 out of the 4 in a valiant effort. So a 9 count for him for the frame. Bluffton must not have had all the pins in the rack or something. He gets a strike on lane number 5. And Tenora gets 9, leaving a 7 pin down on lane 3. Tenora picking up 9, leaving a 9 pin. And a 7 or 8 count for Bluffton on lane 5, leaving the 2-5. Jacob up now for Napoleon on lane number 3. Still waiting for a couple of teams to finish up game 2. And a strike for Jacob. That's a double up for him. Spare attempt for Tenor on lane number 4, picked up. Bluffton with a spare attempt on lane 5. And he chops, picks up only 1. Fox Taylor now, lane number 3. And a strike for Fox. And Tenora comes in light, leaves the 1, 2, 4, 6, and 10. Garrett Hull up now, lane number 3. And Garrett gets 9, leaves the 10 pin. Nine count for Bluffton on lane 5, also leaving a 10 pin. Garrett, spare attempt, picked up. All right, we've got 2 teams are down to the last bowler and the 10th frame on each of them, so hopefully we'll have scores here shortly. Bluffton picks up their spare. Andrew gets all 10 of them to go down for a strike. That's 3 in a row now for Andrew. Tenora, lane 4, and a strike for Tenora. And Hunter gets 9, leaves a solid 10 pin. Still a good looking ball though. And Tenor gets all 10 of them to go down on lane number 4. That's a strike for him. Hunter now, spare attempt, lane 3. Oh, and Hunter missed a spare. So an open in the third frame for him. Tenora, strike on lane number 4 from their 5th bowler. Tenora up now, lane number 3, I think it is. And a strike for Tenora, lane number 4. Jacob, I'm sorry, lane 3. Jacob up on lane 4. And he picks up 8, leaves the 4, 8. Tenora now, lane number 3. And a strike for Tenora, nice looking ball. Jacob now, spare attempt on lane 4. And he's got it. Brian up, lane number 5. And he goes maybe a little high, ends up leaving the 2-4. 9 count for Fox, leaves the 10 pin. Tenora gets all 10 of them to go down for a strike on lane 3. That's a double up for him. Brian now, spare attempt on lane 5. And he's got it. Fox with a spare. Tenora with a strike on lane number 3. Garrett Hall up for Napoleon, lane number 4. And Garrett with 7, leaving the 3-9-10. Tenora now, lane 3, and a strike for Tenora. So all 5 Tenora bowlers striking in the 4th frame of this third individual game. Brian with a strike a moment ago on lane number 5. Garrett up now, spare attempt on lane 4. And he picks up the spare. All right, Jacob up on lane 3, and a strike for Jacob. Brian with a strike on lane 5. Andrew up lane number 4. He got 5 on his first attempt, and it picks up the spare. All right. In first place after a game 2 of 931 is Ottawa Glandorf. In second place, Bluffton with a game 2 of 888. Napoleon moved up to 3rd with their game of 934. Is in 3rd place. Brian with the 999 in game 2 moved up to 4th. Liberty Center is in 5th. They had a game 2 of 962. Tenora moved up to 6th place. They're at 9 with their game of 911. Miller City is in 7th place with 825. Evergreen had a 728 in game number 2, dropped to 8th. Wasion with an 835 is in ninth. Patrick Henry had a game 2 of 869. They're in 10th place. Delta with an 857 in game 2 is in 11th. Then Eastwood with a 620 and Swanton with a 461. I believe Swanton is only bowling with 4 bowlers though. So your top 4 schools: Ottawa Glandorf after 2 games, 1986, Bluffton 1891, Napoleon only 3 pins down from that with 1888 in 3rd, and Bryan with 1857. Those are your top 4 teams. Liberty Center is 67 pins behind the cut line. Tenora is 76 pins behind the cut line, or 67 for Liberty Center, 76 for Tenora, and Miller City is 133 back of the cut line. Evergreen is 142 back. So back to the action now. We've got Andrew up on lane number 3. And Andrew gets a strike. So we had Jacob with a strike in the start the 5th frame. Fox went 6 and got 1 for a total of 7. Garrett with a strike, and now Andrew with a strike. That brings up Hunter, lane 3. And a strike for Hunter. Back-to-back double up for him. 9 count for Bluffton on lane 5, leaving a 5 pin. So Napoleon is 98 pins back of the leader, Ottawa Glandorf. And Bluffton picks up their spare on lane number 5. And Napoleon's going to be waiting on Tenora here to finish up. Tenora picks up their spare. So Tenora with 3 more bowlers to go on lane number 4 before Napoleon can bowl. Bluffton up now, lane number 5. And a strike for Bluffton. Tenora with a strike on lane number 4. Tenora also up on lane 3. And he gets 7. Leaves a split, the 6, 7, 10. Tenora goes left of the head pin, leaves the 9 pin, pickup of 9. Bluffton picking up 9, leaving the 10 pin on lane number 5. Spare attempt here from Tenora, looking to get at least 2 here. And he won't get any additional, so 7 count in the 6th frame. Spare attempt from Tenora on lane 4, and missed. Spare attempt from Bluffton, picked up on lane 5. Tenora now, lane number 4, and a strike for him. That's 3 in a row now. Tenora going high on lane 3, leaves a 3, 6, 10. Napoleon up. We got Jacob Dinette leading us off. Start the 6th frame in individual game number 3. Can't quite coax the one out of the gutter to take out the 10 pin, so 9 count for him, leaving the 10 standing. And an open frame from Tenora down on lane number 3 with 7 in the 6th. Split for Bluffton on lane number 5. Looks like the 4-6. He picks up one of the two. Jacob now spare attempt on lane 4 and misses that one inside. So an open for Jacob. He's sitting at 102 in the 6th. 9 count for Tenora, leaving a 10 pin on lane 3. He got the 10 pin to wobble, but it didn't go down. Brian there on lane number 5, leaving the 2-4-7, a pickup of 7. Fox up now for Napoleon on lane 4. And a strike for Fox. So Garrett, Andrew, and Hunter all working on strikes from the previous frame. Brian picks up their spare. Garrett now, lane number 4. And a strike for Garrett. Hits that one high flush, but it carries. Tenora leaving the 6-10, pickup of 8 on lane number 3. Brian up now, lane 5. Andrew getting ready to bowl. And Brian splits, leaving the 4-6-7. Andrew getting unlucky again, leaving an 8-10 with a weak pocket hit. Andrew's spare attempt picks up 1 out of the 2, so a 9 count for him in the 6th frame. He's sitting at 123. Tenora with a strike. That's now 4 in a row for their 5th bowler. Hunter up now for Napoleon. And I'm sorry, 9 count. I didn't see the 7 pin. That looked good, it sounded good, but 7 didn't go down. Got ahead of myself. Hunter now spare attempt on lane 4. And he picks it up. Brian gets 9, leaves a 10 pin on lane 5. Jacob starts out with 7 in the, the 7th frame, leaving the 6-9-10. Tenora now, lane number 4. And he gets the strike. Jacob now, spare attempt. And he won't pick up any additional, so an open frame for him in the 7th. He's sitting at 109. Tenora splits, leaving the 4-7-10. Fox Taylor now, lane 3. And he gets 9, leaves the 5 pin. Brian got 8 on his first ball, left the 6-10, spare attempt upcoming. And he won't get any additional. Tenora here trying to pick up at least 2. And he went for it and won't get any more. So 7 count for him. Fox with the spare. And Brian splits, leaving the 4-6-9. And Garrett picks up 9, leaves the 10-pin standing on lane number 3 for Napoleon. Tenora gets 9, leaves the 3-pin on lane 4. Garrett now, spare attempt. And I think that one came out of the gutter, so they'll take that one back. And Brian picks up 2 out of 3 on lane number 5. Spare attempt for Tenora on lane 4. Picks it up. Yep, they just corrected Garrett's score, so he's sitting at 131 in the 7th frame. Andrew Gallagher now, lane number 3. And Andrew with a strike. Tenora gets 9, wobbles the 9-pin, but it won't go down. The Brian bowler up on lane 5, picks up 9, leaves a 6-pin. Hunter now, lane number 3. And a strike for Hunter. Tenora picking up the spare on lane 4. All right, Tenora's 5th bowler up now, lane number 4. And another strike for their 5th bowler. That's now 5 in a row for him. All right, so Jacob getting ready to come up on lane number 4. Bluffton gets a strike on lane 5. Jacob goes high, leaves the 6-9-10. Tenora leaves a 7-pin, picks up 9. Bluffton picking up 9, going high, leaving a 6-pin. Jacob up now, lane number 4. Nice pickup of his spare. So if you're just joining us, Napoleon is currently sitting in 3rd, about 98 pins back of the leaders, which is Ottawa Glandorf. We have got Ottawa Glandorf in 1st, Bluffton in 2nd, Napoleon in 3rd, Brian in 4th. That's your top 4. Fox Taylor with a strike there in the 8th frame. So we take 4 out of this sectional this year. Right below the cut line is Liberty Center, 67 back. Tenora is 76 back. Then we got Miller City and Evergreen, Wauseon, Patrick Henry, Delta, Eastwood, and Swanton. Garrett with a nice ball for a strike on lane number 4. Tenora, spare attempt, picks up 2 out of the 3. Andrew up now, lane number 4. We're in the 8th frame of game number 3. Andrew picks up 9, leaves a 10 pin. There'll be 3 individual games. Then we've got a short break for lunch, and then we'll be back with 6 Baker games. It's total pinfall, and the top 4 teams move on to state. Or not state, I'm sorry, move on to districts. Getting ahead of myself here. Andrew now, spare attempt. And he picks it up. Tenora, spare attempt, lane 3, picks that up. Bluffton got 1 out of 2 on their spare attempt on lane 5. Brian up now, lane number 5, gets 9, leaves a 7 pin. Tenora's 5th bowler now, lane number 3. And another strike for Tenora. That's now 6 in a row for their 5th bowler. And he's got 7 out of 8 frames are strikes. Did have an open frame in the 2nd frame. Jacob up now in lane number 3. And Jacob with the strike. So ninth frame, a strike for Jacob. Brian picked up the spare on lane number 5. Tenora got 9 on their first attempt on lane 4. Fox up now, lane 3. And he gets 9, leaving the 10 pin. Looks like the 6 pin left for the Tenora bowler. His spare attempt upcoming, and he picks it up. Brian now, lane number 5, goes left of the head pin, but it carries for the strike. Fox picks up his spare. Tenora goes left of the head pin, picks up 9, leaves a 5 pin. Garrett Hall up now, lane number 3. And Garrett drops all 10 for the strike. That's a double for him in the 8th and 9th frames. Brian gets all 10 fall for a strike. Tenora missed as a spare attempt on lane 4. Andrew up now, lane number 3 for Napoleon. Andrew with a strike. Brian gets 9, leaves a 9 pin on lane 5. Tenora now, lane number 4, comes in a little light, picks up 8, leaves the 2-5. Hunter gets 9. Looked like the 6 pin just kind of floated in front of the 10, but it then fell straight into the gutter. Spare attempt from Tenora. Picked it up on lane 4. Nice ball. Spare attempt from Hunter. Oh, and he missed inside. So an open frame for Hunter. He's sitting at 183 in the 9th. So if he strikes out, 213 would be his max score. 5 count for Tenora, leaving 1, 2, 7, 8, and 10 on lane 4. Brian comes in light, leaves the 2, 4, 8, and 10. Tenora gets 9 of them to fall on lane 3 to start the 10th frame, leaving the 5 pin. Tenora's spare attempt on lane 4. Won't get any more. So he's sitting at 129 in the 9th. Tricky spare for Brian here, the 2-8-10, or 2-4-8-10. Spare attempt from Tenora on lane 3. He picks it up. He'll get one more in the 10th. Tenora, last bowler, gets the strike. He's now at 7 in a row and 8 overall. Brian picks up 3 out of the 4 on lane number 5. Jacob up now, lane number 4, starting the 10th frame. That one goes high, leaves just the 6-pin standing. Tenora, last ball, 10th frame, picks up the strike, and he'll finish with, should be 149? Or no, I'm sorry, 170. 170 is his total. Sorry, looking at the wrong side here. Spare attempt is successful for Jacob. He'll get one more. He's sitting at 159 right now, so 169 if he strikes out. Tenora, lane number 3, starts the 10th with a strike. Bluffton picked up 7 on their first ball. They left the 4, 7, and 8. Jacob picks up 7 more and finishes with a 166 game. Bluffton picks up 2 out of 3 for an open frame in the 8th. Fox now, 10th frame, and starts out with a strike. Tenora comes in light, leaves the bucket, the 2, 4, 5, and 8. Bluffton with a strike. That's 4 in a row for their second bowler. That was on lane number 5. Fox up now, second ball, 10th frame, lane number 4. And he gets 9, leaves the 7. Tenora, spare attempt, lane 3, picks it up, nicely done. He'll get one more. A strike for Bluffton on lane 5. That's a double up for him. And Tenora with a strike to start the 10th frame over on lane number 3. Bluffton swings that one out wide, but it comes back to the pocket for a strike. And Fox misses his spare attempt, and he'll finish up with 180 for game number 3. 180 for Fox Taylor. 166 for Jacob Dennett. Strike for Bluffton on lane number 5. 9 count for Tenora on second ball, 10th frame. Garrett up, lane 4, and he gets 8, leaves the 2, 8. Tenora now, spare attempt. And he missed. And the Tenora bowler will finish with a 203. Nice game. Garrett picks up the spare. He'll get one more. So Tenora, we had first bowler 170, second bowler 124, third bowler 203. Tenora's fourth bowler starts out with a strike in the 10th. Garrett up now, last ball, 10th frame. Sitting at 189 plus this one. And a strike, so 199 for Garrett Hull. Nice game, Garrett. Tenora, lane number 3, picks up 6 in the second ball, 10th frame.
Parents and guests, if you want something to eat, now's the time to get it before bowlers get done. The line's going to get busy. Coaches, make sure to send just 1 or 2 people to get your food orders when you're done.
Andrew steps back with all the announcing that's going on. A nice pickup there by Tenora, and he finishes with a 149. That's their 4th bowler. Brian splits, leaving the 4-6-10. And it's rolling, but it won't knock it down. 9 count for Andrew. Second ball, 10th frame, leaving the 10 pin. Oh, Tenora bowler brushed by the 9 pin, or the 8 pin, but it wouldn't take it out. So 9 count for him. Andrew picks up his spare. He'll get 1 more. So he's sitting at 193 plus the next ball. I'm sorry, no. Yeah, 193 plus the next ball. Tenora picks up their spare. Andrew now, last ball, 10th frame, lane number 4. And a strike for Andrew. And a nice game of 203 for Andrew. And a strike for Tenora to close out the 10th frame. And a 247 game for Tenora's 5th bowler. Congrats. Team total for game number 3 for Tenora was 893. So again, recapping Tenora's scores: 170 for the first bowler, 124, 203, 149, and 247. Hunter Ehlers starting out the 10th frame with a strike on lane number 4. Brian picked up 5 on their first ball and leaving Greek Church, the 4, 6, 7, 9, 10. And another strike for Hunter, so double up. So he's sitting at 203. He can max out at 213 if he strikes on his 3rd ball. Spare attempt from Brian. That's a tough one to convert. He gets 3 out of 5. All right, Hunter, last ball, 10th frame. And another strike. That's 3 strikes in the 10th for Hunter and a 213. So 961 team total. So 166 was Jacob Dennett, 180 Fox Taylor, 199 Garrett Hull, 203 Andrew Gallagher, and 213 Hunter Ehlers for a 961. Bluffton with a strike in the 9th frame. That's a double up for him. That was on lane 6. Brian's 4th bowler gets all 10 to go down for the strike. Bluffton's 5th bowler working on a strike from the previous frame, and he doubles up, so strikes in the 8th and 9th frame. Brian's fifth bowler up now, lane number 5. And a strike for him. That's a double up for him. Strikes in the 8th and 9th frames. All right, coming into the 10th frame here, Brian and Bluffton. We've still got some other teams bowling as well, the third game. As soon as we get all the scores compiled, we'll do a quick recap. Brian, lane number 6, picks up 9, leaves a 7-pin. That's to start the 10th frame. Bluffton's first bowler up, 10th frame. And a strike for him. Looks like we need a re-rack for Bluffton on lane number 5. Brian up for their spare attempt. And he misses. So Brian will finish with a 182. That's their first bowler. 9, oh, I'm sorry, the 10-pin went down. A strike for Bluffton on lane number 5. Brian comes in a little light, picks up 7, leaving the 2-7-8. Bluffton now, last ball, 10th frame, another strike, so Bluffton goes 3 strikes in the 10th to finish 191 for their first bowler. Brian now, spare attempt. And he picks up 2 out of the 3. So 148 game for Brian's second bowler. Bluffton's second bowler starting the 10th frame. Split, 2-pin fell, so he got 9. There'll have to be a scoring correction. Brian up now, lane number 6. And he splits, leaves the 4-6-7. So we're getting the scoring correction for Brian, or not, for Bluffton, I'm sorry. Brian now, spare attempt, lane number 6. And he picks up 2 out of 3, finishes with a 169. Bluffton missed their spare opportunity, so he finishes with a 194. That's his Bluffton's second bowler. Brian picks up 9, leaving a 6 pin on lane 6. Bluffton goes high, leaving the 3-9 on lane 5. Brian now, spare attempt. Nice pickup from Brian. He'll get one more in the 10th. Bluffton, spare attempt, and he chops. So an open frame in the 10th. He finishes with 171. That's their third bowler. Bluffton's fourth bowler up now. Got 2 strikes working for him in the 8th and 9th frames. And a strike for him in the 10th. Brian with a strike on his last ball and then finishes up with a 170 game. That's their fourth bowler. Bluffton with another strike on lane number 5. Yeah, that's a double in the 10th for him. 4 overall. Brian's last bowler also got a double working in the 8th and 9th frames. And he picks up 9, leaves a 10 pin. Last ball from Bluffton's fourth bowler here. And he picks up 7 more, it looks like, and finishes with a nice game of 213. Congrats. Brian now taking aim at their spare on lane number 6. And just misses the spare. He'll end up with a 170 game. Team total for Brian is 839. Strike for Bluffton's 5th bowler to start things out. He's also working on strikes in the 8th and 9th frames. And Bluffton picks up 9, leaves a 10 pin. So I think Napoleon should move around Bluffton, because Napoleon had a 961. And Bluffton's going to end up with something in like the 940s. And I think that one came out of the gutter. So they'll have to change that score, I believe. So yeah, 938 for Bluffton. So Brian had 182, 148, 169, 170, 170 for an 839. Bluffton had a 191, 194, 171, 213, 169 for a 938. As we get the rest, looks like there's still 2 teams bowling down at the other end of the alley. So as soon as they finish up, we'll give you a recap for Game 3. Till that time, I'm going to mute the mics, and then we'll have a short break. It'll be about 15 to 20 minutes after the last team finishes bowling. So about the time you hear the scores, about 15 minutes after that. So stay with us. All right, so the last team's just finished bowling. So we're getting the scores entered. As soon as they get them tabulated and everything verified, we'll have the scoring updates after the 3 individual games. We'll be taking a 15-20 minute break for lunch. I heard we'll be back around 1:25 to get things back underway.
I don't think that's everybody. Oh yeah, it is.
All right, so I should be back in a couple minutes with the scoring updates. All right, so in first place, it's still Ottawa Glandorf. They had a game 3 of 10-14. Regulation total for 3 games is 3,000. Napoleon has moved up to second place. Game 3, 961, 28-49. Bluffton, 20 pins back at 28-29. They had the 938 in game 3. Bryan is in fourth place. Game 3 was 839. They're at 26-96. Liberty Center is 17 pins back of the cut line. They had an 889 game 3, sitting at 26-79. Tenora is 22 pins back of the cut line, 26-74. And just pause for a moment. All right, sorry, they were tabulating the individual qualifiers. So I think we left off with Tenora, 26-74, 22 pins back at the cut line. Seventh place is Patrick Henry. They had a game 3 of 889, 25-57, 139 pins back at the cut line. Miller City is in eighth. They had a game 3 of 825, 25-49, 147 back at the cut line. Evergreen in ninth. They had a game 3 of 819, sitting at 25-34. They're 152 or 162 back of the cut line. Wasion is in 10th. They had a game 3 of 811, 25-10 overall, sitting 186 back. Then we have Delta, had a game 3 of 790. They're at 22-53. Eastwood with a game 3 of 617, 1807. And Swanton rounding out the field with 532, sitting at 1504 total. So your top 3 teams, or 4 teams, I'm sorry. Ottawa Glandorf, Napoleon, Bluffton, and Bryan. And then Liberty Center and Tenora are very close. Patrick Henry, Miller City, Evergreen, and Wasion still with a chance. We've got 6 Baker games to make up, or to do. So again, we'll be coming back here in about 10 minutes or 1:25. So we'll mute the mics and we'll pick up the action when it continues.
already started, so you are not allowed to clean your surface, your bowling ball. Not allowed to touch the surface of your bowling ball. If you did, that ball now gets removed from competition.
All right, we're about to get back underway. We've got 6 Baker games to go. My understanding is the boys will get no practice since they've already kind of bowled on these pairs to begin with, so. Like Garrett's up first and a strike for the Wildcats. Ryan also started out with a strike. Tenora picks up 9, leaves a 5-pin. Fox Taylor picks up 8, leaves a 6-10. All right, if I can just get another thumbs up, let me know you guys can hear me. Tenora, spare attempt. Picks it up. Fox now, his spare attempt. And he's got it. Tenor gets all 10 to fall for the strike. We've got Christian Horner up now in the number 3 spot for Napoleon. And he gets 8 of them to fall, and it splits on him, leaving the 4-10. 8 count for Tenora, leaving the 3-9. Christian spare attempt here. And he picks up 1. So an open in the 3rd frame for Napoleon. Spare attempt for Tenora. Looks good, got it. All right, thank you for the thumbs up. Andrew goes left of the head pin, picks up the Brooklyn strike though. Tenora also with a strike on lane 6. Strike for, spare for Bluffton, so 3 straight spares for Bluffton. 9 count for Hunter, leaving a 4-pin. Tenora gets 9, leaves a 7-pin. That's in the 5th frame, I believe. Bluffton picking up a strike in the 4th frame. Hunter now up for his spare attempt, lane number 5. And he's got it. Tenora with a strike on lane number 6. Garrett back up for Napoleon. And a strike for Garrett. Split for Bluffton over on lane number 4. Looks like the 4-7-10. 9 count for Tenora, leaving a 6-pin. Bluffton picks up 2 out of the 3 for an open frame. Tenora misses their spare attempt. Fox up and ready to go now in lane number 5. And a strike for Fox. That's a double for the Wildcats. Tenora with a strike in frame number 8 of this first Baker game. strike also for Bluffton. Christian up now, lane number 5. And Christian with a strike, so 3 in a row now for the Wildcats. 7 count for Bluffton, leaving the 1-2-4. Tenora with a strike on lane number 6. That's a double for them. Andrew up now for Napoleon, lane number 5. That one goes high. Pickup of 9 leaves the 4-pin. Bluffton picks up their spare. Strike for Tenora, 3 in a row. So strikes in the 8th, 9th, and the start of the 10th frame. Oliver Franz in, missed the spare attempt. I'm sorry, that was Andrew, never mind. Andrew missed the spare attempt. So an open frame for Napoleon. Hunter picks up 9 to start the 10th frame. Second strike for Tenora on lane number 6, 2 in the 10th for him, 4 overall. Hunter now, spare attempt, lane 5, picks it up. He'll get 1 more in the 10th. We're sitting at 184, so 194 would be the max if Hunter strikes out. Tenora's last ball, 10th frame. And looks like he picks up 9. So finishes the first Baker game with a 217 for Tenora. Bluffton got 9 on their first ball in the 9th frame. Spare attempt upcoming on lane 4. And he misses, so an open frame in the 9th. They're sitting at 150 with the 10th frame to go. And Hunter picks up 8 more, so 192 for the Wildcats in Baker game number 1. So 192 for the Wildcats, 217 for Tenora. Waiting on Bluffton and Brian to finish up. Tenora and Napoleon will switch lanes. They can start at any time. Bluffton gets 9 on the second ball in the 10th after a strike, leaving a 3-pin. Tenora starts out Baker game number 2 with a strike. Garrett up now, and he starts the Wildcats out with a strike as well. Bluffton, last ball, 10th frame. Picks up the spare, finishes with 170. 9 count for Tenora, leaving a 3-pin. Fox up now, lane number 6. And another strike for the Wildcats. Tenora picks up the spare on lane number 5. Christian up, lane number 6, comes in a little light, splits on him, leaves at 210. think technically by strictest definitions it's not a split, but to me if there's a gap between them it should be a split. Strike for Tenora on lane number 5. So Bluffton finished with 170. Waiting for Brian to finish up. Tenora picks up 7, leaves the 2, 4, and 10. Christian, spare attempt. Won't get any more, so an open frame in the 3rd. Brings up Andrew now, lane number 6 for Napoleon. Spare attempt from Tenora, and he won't get any more, so an open frame in the 3rd, or in the 4th frame for Tenora. They're sitting at 64 in the 4th. Andrew with a strike. Brian finished with a 179 first Baker game. Tenora with a strike in the 5th frame. Hunter up now, lane number 6 for Napoleon. And he gets 9, leaves the 10 pin. Tenora with 9, leaving a 6 pin on lane number 5. Hunter now, spare attempt. And he's got it. Ryan starting out the 2nd Baker game with a strike. Tenora makes their spare. Garrett up now, lane number 6. And a strike for Garrett. Bluffton also with a strike in the 1st frame. Back-to-back strikes by Brian. Tenora picks up 6, leaves the 1, 2, 4, and 10. Fox Taylor up now, lane number 6. And he picks up 7, leaving the 2, 4, 10. Picks up 9, leaving a 6 pin. Tenora picks up 3 out of the 4, so an open frame for them in the 7th. They're sitting at 109. Fox, spare attempt, picks up 2 out of the 3, so an open frame in the 7th. They're sitting at 122 for the Wildcats. Strike for Tenora on lane number 5. Coming in the 8th frame. Christian now, lane number 6. 8th frame for Napoleon, Baker game number 2. That one goes left of center, but it knocks all 10 down for the strike. Tenora picks up 6, leaving the 1, 3, 6, and 9. Spare attempt was successful for Brian on lane number 4. That'll bring Andrew up. Andrew with a strike coming in the 9th frame. That's a double up for the Wildcats. Tenora picks up 3 out of 4. They're sitting at 137 in the 9th with an open. Brian with a strike in the 4th frame. Hunter starts out the 10th with a strike. That's now 3 in a row for the Wildcats. And a strike for Tenora to start the 10th frame. Hunter now, lane number 6. And a 2nd strike in the 10th. That's 4 overall. Brian's 5th bowler adds a strike. That's a double up for them. Tenora now, lane 5, and he comes in a little light, ends up picking up 7, leaving the 3, 6, and 9. Hunter now, last ball, 10th frame. And 9 count leaves the 7 pin and a 2-11 game for the Wildcats in Baker game number 2. Ryan with a 4th strike in a row on lane number 4. 157 is what Tenora ended up with. That's in Baker game number 2. Bluffton just put up 5 in a row. Ryan makes that 5 in a row on lane number 4. Ryan, 9 count on lane number 4, leaving a 6 pin. All right, Garrett, Baker game number 3, puts up 9, leaves the 10 pin. Tenora starts out with a strike. Garrett picks up the spare. Strike for Tenora. 2 in a row. Brian with a strike to start the 10th frame. Baker game number 2. Tenora gets 9, leaves a 6 pin. Fox Taylor puts up a strike for Napoleon in the 2nd frame. Baker game number 3. Spare successful for Tenora, 3rd frame, Baker game number 3. 8 count for Brian, leaving a 4-6 split. Christian split, leaves the 210. Strike for Tenora, lane number 6. That coming in the 4th frame. So 3 of Tenora's first 4 frames are strikes. Tenora makes it 2 in a row on lane number 6. Christian spare attempt, lane 5. And he won't get any additional. It's an open frame in the 3rd. Brian puts up a 247 Baker game number 2. And 203 for Bluffton. Andrew with a strike on lane number 5. Tenora got 6 on their first ball, left the 1, 2, 4, 10. Picks up 3 of those. They're sitting at 123 in the 6th with an open. Hunter with a strike. That's a double up for the Wildcats. Tenora with a strike in the 7th frame. 9 count for Bluffton to start out game number 3. Left a 6-pin. Garrett with a strike. Make that 3 in a row for the Wildcats. Tenora leaves 2-4-5 on lane 6. Bluffton picks up their spare on the first frame. Baker game number 3. And Fox drills one for a strike. Make that 4 in a row now for the Wildcats. Bluffton with a strike over on lane number 4. Tenora picks up their spare on lane number 6 in the 8th frame. We got, looks like Slade McCorkle in. Slade with a strike. So 5 in a row for the Wildcats. 9 count for Tenora on lane 6. Bluffton's got a pair of strikes in the 2nd and 3rd frame. Their 4th bowler coming up on lane 4. Tenora picks up their spare. And make that 3 in a row for Bluffton now. Andrew up now for Napoleon. And a strike for the Wildcats. Tenora now, lane number 6. And a strike for Tenora. That's back-to-back strike. I'm sorry, not. That's a strike in the 10th for him to start the 10th. Hunter up now, lane number 5. And he gets 7, leaving the 3-6-9. Bluffton got 9, leaving a 10-pin on lane number 4. Second ball, 10th frame for Tenora on lane 6. And another strike. There's a double up. Spare attempt from Hunter, and he's got it. So Hunter, they're sitting at 223 right now with 1 ball to go. Bluffton picks up their spare attempt. Tenora now, last ball, 10th frame. And he picks up 9 more, finishes with a 2-11, Baker game number 3. And Hunter with a strike, so 233 for the Wildcats in Baker game number 3. Bluffton picking up 9, leaving a 4-pin on lane 4. Bluffton taking aim at their spare attempt on lane 4, picks it up. Garrett to get things started on lane 6, and he does in style with a strike. Strike for Bluffton on lane number 4. Fox Taylor up now, lane 6 for Napoleon. And he gets all 10 to fall, I'm sorry, 9 to fall. Missed the 10 pin there. So he picks up 9 on his first ball. 6 for Tenora, leaving the 1-2-4-10. Another strike for Bluffton. That's 2 in a row for them. Fox now, spare attempt. He's got it. Slade almost gets punched, reaching for his ball as they're high-fiving. Tenora with a nice pickup there, picks up the washout. Slade up now for Napoleon, lane number 6. And he gets 9, leaves a 7-pin. Bluffton getting 6 on their first ball, leaving the 3s, 4, 6, and 7. Slade now spare attempt, and he's got it. Tenora left the 7-10, picks up 1 of 2 in the second frame. Tenora up lane number 5, picks up 9, leaving a 4-pin. Andrew coming up on lane 6. And Andrew picks up 9, leaves a 9-pin. Bluffton picked up their spare in the 9th. Andrew's spare attempt, picks it up. Tenora misses their spare attempt. Bluffton now, 10th frame, lane number 4. Hunter up on lane 6. Bluffton picks up 7, leaving them 6, 9, 10. Hunter picks up 8, leaving the 6, 10. Tenora picks up 9, leaves a 4-pin on lane 5. Hunter, spare attempt, he's got it. Oh no, I'm sorry, you only got 1 of them. So an open frame in the 5th frame, sitting at 85. Tenora picks up their spare. Garrett with a strike. Bluffton, last ball, 10th frame. But first we got Tenora. Tenora gets a strike. Now Bluffton. And Bluffton finishes the 3rd Baker game with a 224. Fox picks up 9, leaves a 10-pin on lane 6. Tenora with another strike. That's 2 in a row for them. Fox now spare attempt on lane 6. And that one falls off into the gutter. So another open frame for Napoleon, sitting at 113 in the 7th. And a 3rd strike in a row for Tenora in lane number 5. Slade up now, lane number 6. And Slade picks up 9, leaves the 6-pin. Tenora picks up, looks like 9, leaving a 3-pin. Slade up now, spare attempt, lane 6. He's got it. Brian, last ball, 10th frame, picks up their spare, and a 200 game for Baker game number 3. Tenora picks up their spare in the 8th frame. Napoleon, Tenora, and Baker game number 4. Andrew gets all 10 to fall for the strike. So strike in the 9th frame for Napoleon. Hunter up to start the 10th frame. And he gets 10-pin drop, leaving just the 7. That could have been disastrous. 9 for Tenora, leaving a 4-pin on lane number 5. Strike for Brian. Start things off in Baker game number 4. Hunter picks up the spare. He'll get one more in the 10th. Tenora picked up their spare in the 9th. Their last bowler will be coming up to bowl the 10th frame. Brian picks up 9 to start the 2nd frame, leaving a 3-pin. Tenora starts out the 10th with a strike. Hunter, last ball, 10th frame. Picks up 6 more. 169. Game number 4, or Baker game number 4. All right, so 4 of them in the books. We got 2 more to go, folks. Tenora with another strike, 2 in a row in the 10th for him. And they've got another nice Baker game going. They can max out at 204. Napoleon, Tenora, almost a full Baker game ahead of Brian and Bluffton. All right, Tenora, last ball, 4th Baker game. And another strike, so 3 strikes in the 10th, and they finish 204. Tenora looking to move above that cut line. They were only down 22 behind Brian. Brian picks up the spare, lane number 4. Garrett with a strike to start things out in Baker game number 5. Brian picking up 8, missed the head pin, leaves the 1-3. Fox picks up 8, leaves the 6-9. Tenora picks up 9, leaves an 8-pin to start the 5th Baker game. Brian chops. They open in the 4th frame. Fox now, spare attempt, and he's got it. Tenora now, spare attempt, lane 6, and he's got it. Brian with a strike on lane number 4. Slade up now for Napoleon, lane 5. Gets 9, leaves a 6-pin. Tenora splits, leaving the 4-6-7 on lane number 6. Bluffton just put up 4 strikes in a row in the 6th, 7th, 8th, and 9th frames. Slade up now, spare attempt, lane 5. And he's got it. Tenora picks up 2 out of the 3, so an open frame for them in the second frame of this 5th Baker game. Bluffton with 5 strikes in a row now. Ryan picks up their spare in the 6th frame. Andrew up now, lane number 5 for Napoleon. And he gets 9. All right, so Bluffton just put up a 255 game. So Hunter with a strike in the 5th frame, Andrew with a spare. Garrett picks up 9 on his first ball, leaves the 5 pin. Tenora picks up the spare. Garrett picks up his spare. Tenora's 5th bowler picks up a strike. Fox Taylor with a strike for Napoleon. Brian picking up 9 in the 9th frame. Leaves the 3 pin behind. Tenora now, 6th frame, first ball. Picks up the strike. That's 2 in a row now for them. Slade up now, lane 5 for Napoleon. And he picks up 7, leaving the 6, 9, 10. Brian picks up the spare in the 9th. Tenora picks up 9, leaving a 4 pin. Slade opens, picking up 2 out of 3. So sitting at 146 in the 8th. Andrew with a strike in number 5. Tenora picks up 8, leaving the 3-6 on lane 6. Andrew had the strike in the 9th frame. Hunter up next. And a strike for Hunter to start the 10th frame. Brian's got 1 more ball in Baker game number 4. And Brian gets a strike to close out the 10th frame. And a 167 game. Tenora chops. So opening up in the 8th frame, they're sitting at 141. 9 count for Hunter on his second ball, leaving a 10 pin. So Brian and Bluffton will just be starting the 5th game. Napoleon and Tenora just finishing the 5th game. Tenora's 9th frame. That one swung out wide. Barely got back to the head pin. Leaves the 210. So Hunter picks up his spare in the 195 game in Baker game number 5 for Napoleon. Tenora just missing the spare attempt. So they're open in the 9th frame, sitting at 149. They can max out at 179 if their 5th bowler can strike out. And their 5th bowler starts out with 9, leaving a 6 pin. Bluffton leaves a 10 pin to start the 5th Baker game, picking up 9. Second ball, 10th frame, picks up the spare for Tenora on lane 6. He'll get one more. Bluffton now, spare attempt, lane number 4. And he opens. All right, Tenora, last ball, Baker game number 5. And a strike for Tenora to finish at 169. Bluffton with a strike in the 2nd frame. All right, Tenora and Napoleon will switch for the final Baker game. All right, coach is having some last words with the boys. Keep them focused, keep them locked in. All right, Tenora getting things started. Baker game number 6. And starts out with a strike. Garrett up for Napoleon. And he gets 9, leaves the 9 pin. Bluffton picks up their spare in the 3rd frame. Brian put up 2 quick strikes. Tenora with 2 strikes in a row in the first 2 frames. Garrett now spare attempt, lane number 6. Nice ball, picks it up. Bluffton now, lane number 4. Picks up a strike. Fox with a strike, lane number 6 for Napoleon. Tenora goes high, pick up 8. Leaves the 3-6 on lane 5. Slade now, lane number 6. And a strike for Slade. Back-to-back strikes for the Wildcats. Tenora now, lane number 5, spare attempt. And he picks it up. Andrew coming up on lane 6. Bluffton picks up their spare down on lane 4. Andrew lets that one go and leaves a 10 pin. Tenora up now, lane number 5. And it gets the 10 pin to wobble, but it doesn't go down. So 9 on his first ball. Andrew now, spare attempt. 9 count for Bluffton down on lane 4. Oh, and Andrew lets that one get too far right, comes out of the gutter.
Hot turkey and hot dog sandwiches, $1.50.
Tenora picks up their spare. So an open frame for Napoleon in the 4th. Sitting at 77 in the 4th. Hunter up now, lane number 6. Hunter with a strike. Bluffton picked up their spare. Tenora with 8 on their first ball in the 5th frame, leaving the 6-10. Garrett up now. And Garrett picks up 8, leaving the 2-10. Strike for Bluffton a moment ago on lane number 4. And Tenora picks up their spare. Garrett now with a tricky little spare here, the 210. 8 count for Bluffton, leaving a 210 down on lane 4. And Garrett picks up 1 out of 2, so another open frame for Napoleon, sitting at 105 in the 6th. Tenora picks up 9, leaving a 9 pin on lane 5. And Bluffton only picks up 1, so an open frame for them. Bluffton sitting at 136 in the 8th. Fox picks up 6 on his first ball. Looks like the 3, 6, 9, 10. Brian gets 9 on their first ball in the 9th. Tenora with a strike a moment ago. Fox picks up his spare in lane number 6. And a split for Bluffton, leaving the 4-7-9. Brian missed their spare. It's an open in the 9th frame. They're sitting at 163 in the 9th. Slade picks up 9, leaves a 4 pin. Another strike for Tenora, back-to-back strikes for them. Spare attempt from Bluffton here on lane number 4. And he picks up 2 out of the 3. So they're sitting at 145 in the 9th. Slade picks up his spare in the 6th frame, or on the 8th frame on lane number 6. Tenora with 3 strikes in a row now on the 5th frame, or lane 5, sorry. So strikes for Tenora, 7th, 8th, and 9th frames. Andrew up. Andrew gets all 10 to fall for a strike in the 9th. Strike for Tenora in the 10th frame. That's now 4 in a row. Bryan picks up a spare in the 10th. They'll get one more. Bluffton picks up a spare in the 10th. They'll get one more. Tenora struck in the 10th the second time, so they'll get one more. Hunter up now. Spare attempt. And he picks up 3 out of 4, so a 172 game for the final Baker game. Game number 6, 172. Bluffton strikes on their final ball, so 165 for them in Baker game 5. Tenora puts up a 6th strike in a row for a 244 game. Napoleon with Baker games of 192, 211, 233, 169, 195, and 172 for a Baker total of 1,000 even. I'm sorry, not 1,000 even. Napoleon 1172. I was going to say that doesn't sound right. It hadn't tallied yet, so 1172 for 6 Baker games. So averaging 195 in the Bakers. Napoleon had 40-21 overall. So they averaged as a team 191.47 on the day. All right, Bryan there with a 2nd strike in a row. Bluffton now, spare attempt on lane 3. And misses. Bryan with a strike, 3 in a row now on lane number 4. Bluffton with a split, leaving the 6, 7, 10. 5 strikes in a row now. Nine count for Brian, leaving a 3-pin. Bluffton gets 9, leaving a 5-pin on lane 3. Brian now, spare attempt, lane 4, picks it up. Bluffton picks up their spare in the 6th frame. Bluffton now, lane number 3, 7th frame. And a strike. Brian with a strike. That's in the 9th frame. This is Baker game number 6 for both Brian and Bluffton. Bluffton comes in light, leaves 7, or pickup of 7, leaves the 1-2-4. Brian now, 10th frame. And a strike for Brian in the 10th. And Bluffton splits, or not splits, but picks up 2 out of 3. Chops, that's the word I'm looking for. So they're sitting at 124 in the 8th frame. Brian now, 2nd ball, 10th frame. And another strike for Brian. That's 2 in the 10th and 3 overall. Nine count for Bluffton, leaving an 8-pin. Brian now, last ball, 10th frame, last ball, Baker game number 6. And he picks up 8 more and a 257 game in Baker game number 6. Bluffton opens in the 9th frame as well. They're sitting at 133 in the 9th. So Bluffton's final bowler up, lane number 3. Picks up 7, leaves the 2-4-5. Spare attempt from Bluffton here. And he picks it up. 1 more in the 10th. So sitting at 133 plus that 10, 143. If he strikes out, he could end up with 153. Last ball, 10th frame, Baker game 6. And he finishes off with a strike. So 153 for Bluffton. All right, now we just wait for the rest of the teams to finish, and then we'll have the announcement on the 4 teams that will advance to the districts next week, Thursday and Friday, at Interstate Lanes. Got a 10 o'clock start time. And we'll also, the 4 individual bowlers not advancing as part of a team will also take place in the districts. All right, so I'm going to mute the mic for a little bit. We'll leave the ambient bowling noise for you so you can hear the announcements. All right, while we're waiting here, we'll go down through some of the individual honors here. So high total for the sectional was Brody Pedroza from Ottawa Glandorf. He shot a 713, 289, 176, 248. In second place was Landon Gleckler from Wauseon. He had a 246, a 181, and a 232 for a 659 series. Dagan Began from Tenora is third, 172, 236, 247 with a 655 series. Andrew Gallagher, our own from Napoleon, finished in fourth overall, 242, 190, 203 for a 635 series. Colton Barnheisel from Patrick Henry had a 630 series with 146, 248, 236. Bryson Comfer from Ottawa Glandorf, 629 series, 157, 216, 256. Aiden Rue from Ottawa Glandorf, 236, 223, 164 for a 623 series. It was seventh overall. Hunter Ehlers, 8th overall for Napoleon, 208, 201, 213 for a 622 series. Noah Mills, Brian, 235, 203, 182 for a 620 series. And Matt Peel from Bluffton, 213, 209, 191 for a 613 series. Those are your top 10. We also had our own Fox Taylor at 16th. He shot 179, 225, 180 for a 584 series. I think that might have been the last one that from Napoleon that bowled all three games. So the rest of them would probably be a little further down on the list. So again, we're just waiting for the last teams to finish up their Baker games so that we can get the scores tallied, determine the top 4 that are advancing to districts, and the top 4 individuals. So stay with us. last few teams have just finished up. And we're getting the scores tabulated. All right, stand by for the announcement.
The results are in. They're tabulated. Hello, coaches. If you notice any discrepancies, please let us know right away. We're going to start with the team standings. Finishing in 13th place with a 2086, Swanton.
Swanton in 13th, 2086.
In 12th place with a 2542 Eastwood.
2542 Eastwood in 12th.
In 11th place with a 2942 Delta.
2942 Delta in 11th.
In 10th place with a 3513 Miller City.
Miller City, 3513, 10th place.
In 9th place with a 3517 Patrick Henry.
9th place, Patrick Henry, 3517.
In 8th place with a 3552 Evergreen.
3552 Evergreen in 8th place.
In 7th place with a 3557 Wasion.
Wasion, 3557 in 7th place.
In 6th place with a 3754 Liberty Center.
Liberty Center, 3754 in 6th place.
In 5th place with a 3876 Tenora.
3876 Tenora in 5th place. And 53 pins back at the cut line.
Here are your top 4 teams advancing to districts at Interstate Lanes this coming Thursday at 10 a.m. In 4th place with a 3929 Bryan.
4th place, 3929 Bryan advancing on to districts.
In 3rd place with a 3999 Bluffton.
Bluffton with a 3999 in 3rd place.
In 2nd place with a 4021 Napoleon.
4021 Napoleon in 2nd place.
And your tournament leader, Ottawa Glandorf with a 41-21.
And Ottawa Glandorf wins this sectional with 41-21. But again, the top 4 teams will advance.
All right, based on that information, we have 4 individuals that didn't participate or didn't qualify from the teams advancing. So these individuals were not on an advancing team. First bowler advancing with a 659 from Wasion, Landon Gleckler.
First individual advancing, not part of the team, Landon Gleckler from
Next person
Wasion.
advancing on from Tenora, Dagan Begin with a 659.
Dagan Begin is the next bowler advancing to districts from Tenora.
Next person advancing from Patrick Henry with a 630, Colton Barnheisel.
Colton Barnheisel with a 630 advances on the districts from Patrick Henry.
And your 4th individual to advance coming from Miller City with a 607, Brandon Reynolds.
Brandon Reynolds from Miller City with a 607 advances to district.
Coaches, you can come up to the counter and get a copy of the individual and the team standings. I will also email the file to your email.
All right,
so
I want to thank everybody for joining us on the live stream today. Hope you guys enjoyed it. We will be at districts for the boys. The girls sectional again will be held on Monday, this coming Monday. So looking at a calendar here real quick. Is that today's the 14th, so that would be the 17th, starting at 10 a.m. We will be live streaming it. The boys district will be on Thursday, a week from yesterday, so the 20th at interstate lanes. So again, congratulations to the Napoleon boys team for advancing on to districts. And as always, we'll wrap this up by saying, go Wildcats.